rip a hole in the universe because she hates her job? The Earth Directorate needs to invest in a suggestion box.
Everyone knows the paradigm epitomized...
Anyone got lamps on Schultz? Anyone? Void be damned. Sallying into the wire like that with nary a wish in her pocket? What was she thinking? Did I not make clear our orders to hold the line here regardless of provocation? Should my instructions have been more robust? Perhaps assisted by pictures?
I'm afraid there's more bad news, Commander. She also took Scrabbles, sir.
Would that he'd done her more good. Seems Calamity has claimed 2 good soldiers today. You there. I don't normally sanction nameless passers-by giving ear to my private discourse. Whatever your purpose, I feel a contractual obligation to warn you against setting a heel past this base. If you go any further, you go alone and at your own peril. No Antes forces are permitted beyond the forward position upon pain of disemployment and possible litigation. Our orders are to sit and mind the store for as long as need be. It is difficult for me to accept such laudations at the moment, given recent losses. But I suppose you make a fair point. By steadfastly holding the line here, we forestall any retribution the Protectorate would seek to inflict upon Fairfield. And we will continue said watch until orders change. I'd thank you to affix some ballast to that name when you speak it. Scrabbles has been integral to this unit's success for years. Outsiders may see him as a toy, but we've bled alongside that stuffed sprat. He's damn near family. Schultz obviously knew the risks and hoped he'd protect her through the minefield. Alas, even Scrabble's power has limits. Still would help morale to get him back, though. I'll pardon your skepticism given your lack of acquaintance, and say only this. Ask not what Scrabbles achieves for us, but what we can achieve with him. Before you depart, a final word. Stay out of the minefield. I won't be the one who answers to Carr when the Protectorate mistake your rootless gallivanting for encroachment. I see you haven't gone and blown yourself up yet. I'll be spaced. Scrabbles! And hardly the worse for wear! You've no grasp of what his return means to this unit. Scrabbles was originally a gift from my daughter. He fought with us during the Consolidation War, and has seen this squad through every hard deployment since leaving Tau Ceti. He's also packed with some of the finest grade stimulants this side of legal. Here, for your trouble. Livener like that comes in handy when you're in a pinch. Seems everyone's scoring big today.
perfection. From the lowliest subject to the most exalted vigilant, we must all fulfill our duty to the protector.
Sequencing attack strategies.
Let me know when you needed a stretch.
Emergency purpose ready. Engaging protocols.
Goodwin here. Field report update. We are approaching the Raptidon Den. These beasts have exhibited excessive irritability as of late. We endeavor to determine why. Surely the red spores aren't to blame. Wind-borne spores lack the catalytic agent of our food additives. Only way to be certain is to gather a stool sample. Simple enough. A routine task for the Audacious Advances field team. Quiet now as we approach the rap's nest. Certainly the spirited variety will offer... Oh, no! Oh, okay. We need to run now!
Foraging time's over. We should have what we need.
Let's have the ones you need to worry about. There! Free hole in the head!
Engaging hostile hostiles.
My most favorite, least homicidal subordinate. How's all our field work progressing? Absolutely gorgeous. Look at you. And to think I just forcibly coerced the first gormless dunderhead who walked by and found you. Lucky me. Now, first things first. Place the data cartridge in the drawer for me, right here, in the slot below my intercom. Haha. Allow me to give this a cursory eyeball and... perfect. I'm sure we have the correct neutralizing agent here in the lab. I'll nose out the exact compound within our chemical reserves in 2 shakes of a rat's tail. Well, it's a textbook example of the medulla oblongata wagging the cerebellum. Although, frankly, there's a plethora of ways to stimulate the reptile brain into such a flurry. None of the previous methods were anywhere close to being this commercially viable. But where there's a will, there's a way to make a profit. Honestly, this whole process is 1 part scientific testing, 2 parts improvisation, and a dash of pure, undiluted panache. Exactly what we do best. Was only a matter of time. Normally, I'd say perfection can't be hurried, but... there. I have determined the ideal counteragent. Here you are. Place it and the spore samples into that synthesizer. Enable the device and it will begin a working antidote momentarily. Return with it directly as soon as it does, if you please. I cannot wait to put this entire sordid affair behind us. Though in the end, this should turn out to be quite a lucrative day. I saw you working the chemical synthesizer. I presume you were successful in creating an antidote? Nice try. But you don't possess nearly the negotiating power you might suspect. Not when I can simply bide my time and wait for another gormless dunderhead to stumble by. Why, let that thick-headed boob amble off with your reward. Not budging? Oh, all right. I suppose I'd be willing to throw in a little extra as a merit bonus for your superlative performance. Wonderful, wonderful! Knew you seemed a bankably reliable sort. All right. I am activating the air filtration system. There. Should only take a few moments for the antidote to circulate. Everyone still alive should be right as rain shortly. Marvelous. You'll find your remuneration in the chest behind me. My supervisor will hear of your actions. Oh, and before I forget, I, Omid Ormsby, under the power granted me by the Loeffler Risk Intercession Act, hereby free you from impressed service to Auntie's Choice. Be seeing you.
Biological samples within the remains outside are no doubt deteriorating rapidly. I may have to recreate this experiment in some appearance.
Feeling distracted? Daydreaming on the job? Mental refreshment centers are there to help you. Don't risk falling prey to imperfect thoughts.
Well, at least it's not shooting the water anymore. Visitors, huh? Just meandering about, free of any appointed minder? Not so sure I ought to be speaking with you. If you need someone to talk to hereabouts, I suggest you seek out Vigilant Hogarth. That tall, stately building back yonder is his domicile. Do hate to come off impolite. If you're so inclined, we can pick this up later, after you two confabulate. Apologies, but I don't believe I should be discussing such matters with you without permission. Once you report to the Vigilant, I'd be happy to speak freely. Word to the wise, despite what you might hear, we still consider ourselves part of the Protectorate. Anyone spots an outsider engaging in misdeeds might just open fire.
And the Sovereign embodies and executes on it throughout. Human societies were constantly out of balance. Individualism ran rampant. Depletion of resources and lack of community led to terrible suffering. Poor dears didn't have the firm, benevolent hand of the Sovereign to guide them. Here on Eden, we all enjoy the full luxury the paradigm affords us.
The Matriarch and Sovereign chose Eden, the perfect...
Plenty. We have community.
Appeared right out of the aether, just as I imagine our proud sentinels do. Like, here I am, your innermost thoughts are known to me, and nobody once hears from you again. Caught me reciting passages from a beacon to the cosmos, illustrating my steadfast fidelity. All subjects prosper under the guidance of our beneficent ruler, the Sovereign. That part always hits me directly. To quote my personal log, an essential passage, rightful and true. Charlton Weintraub. Did I? Not again. Oh, this? It's a birthmark, skin condition, both, about which I am rather sensitive, thank you very kindly.
The Matriarch chose Eden because
A purple what now? Is that an actual term in use? I don't know. You come in here spouting made-up words and,
represent a fascinatingly complex ecological network. To govern it, the Matriarch working with and through the Sovereign.
would a true ally speak so plainly? Or coolly remark with some cryptic double entendre? Straight talk seems more the province of hidden agents, savvily angling to trick somebody. It is widely known that a sentinel is required to stand revealed before rendering judgment. Why, a plot point about that featured prominently in the latest episode of I, Red Cloak.
Of course you believe everything on the Aether Wave. I guess it would be stranger if you didn't swallow the propaganda, even if it does take some heavy dramatic license.
Why, that's wonderful. I'm actually quite relieved a fellow customer like yourself somehow saw through my carefully maintained act. Others in Westport fail to perceive my true nature. I am hardly one of the herd around here. A reference you'll no doubt recognize from those keen Auntie's Choice commercials.
For now, just to offset any minor disruption.
Is a fellow subject lacking the appropriate...
Why, they are certainly inspiring. There's this one character who just laughs at danger, says he hand makes his own luck. Is that not the grandest thing you ever heard? You and I are just like him. Get up and go-getters. Say, did Auntie's Choice send you here? Don't fret, I am exceedingly skilled at keeping secrets.
All inhabitants are declared treasonous due to insufficient zeal in defense against seizure, sabotage, and or
If I am not the person for it, I would be most surprised. Do tell.
Our enemies envy our prosperity, disdain our sense of community.
I normally might, but my cousin, the warden there, freely enjoys stringing up Auntie's Choice sympathizers, and Marilyn would grant no reprieve to family.
The pinnacle of social order. Why? Because the Matriarch herself designed it, and the Sovereign embodies and
I possess an overabundance of both qualities, honestly. Yet I value my neck and do not intend to hang. Oh, did you have another mission in mind? One especially designed for my unique talents? Of course. Toodaloo. Hey there, go-getter.
We all enjoy the full luxury the paradigm affords us. A perfect life of
Why, hello again.
contentment
Any new business to discuss? Involving secret sympathies and sugary spoils? If I am not the person for it, I would be most surprised. Do tell.
Food is nutritious and plentiful. We have
Ugh, my uncle's child. That side of the family is obstinate and mean. No, I'd hardly risk life and limb trying to convert her. That seems neither prudent nor wise. I value my neck and do not intend to hang. Why, that sounds like something only a true get-up-and-go-getter would have the sand for. Well, all right then. I will pack my things and head out in due course. Glad this world has folks like you just going around helping people realize their enormous unrevealed potential. I, for one, am the better for it.
represent a fascinatingly complex ecological network. To govern it, the matriarch, working with and through the sovereign, devised the paradigm, a meticulous...
Greetings, non-protectorate wretches. With regret, I must inform you that those outside our glorious society may not take freely from our stock. However, I may offer you a limited selection of premium items for moderate initiating.
can unbalance even the most robust ecosystem, like those nettlesome raptidons, or the base individualists within Auntie's choice. Though don't fret, the system is resilient. The system...
Prudence dictates that we watch our neighbors. I reject imperfect thoughts in all their forms. All thoughts of any kind. What
Are you mentally refreshed?
Under protectorate law, we are bound to inform you that you have entered a recreant locality. Record states as follows. All inhabitants are declared treasonous due to insufficient zeal in defense against seizure, sabotage, and/or manipulative indoctrinatory force.
benevolent hand of the sovereign to guide them. Here on Eden, we all enjoy the full luxury the paradigm affords us. A perfect
Simply saying I'd rest easier if he'd been assigned to it. Originally. that generator
Sovereign
goes,
provides
this town's
the
finished.
system
Trust the plan, preserve set progress, sustain the system,
Isn't strenuous or
serve the
stressful.
sovereign.
Food is nutritious and plentiful. We have everything we need. Prudence dictates we take a moment to rightly appreciate.
No, I just feel sad for them. It's even in their name. Auntie's Choice.
Huh, don't take your meaning.
They don't have the balanced hand of a sovereign. Just a normal person making random and perfect decisions.
Everything, literally everything I own is underwater.
What do you mean? Everything we have belongs to the sovereign. We own nothing. The trillion because will provide anything we need.
Of course they will. Doubt is a tool of the enemy. How empty are the lives of the healthy subjects that leave the ones who fill.
Consider finding a human companion if you seek conversation.
Working with and through the Sovereign, devised the paradigm, a meticulously designed marvel where, if each of us does our part, produces glorious bounty for all. Naturally, sometimes challenges do arise. We all know how invasive species can unbalance even the most robust ecosystem, like those nettlesome raptidons, or the base individualists within Auntie's Choice. Though don't fret, the system is resilient. The system abides. But now, more than ever, we must all do our part to maintain it. Keep doing your job with pride. Keep informing on your neighbors. Same as ever. But prudence dictates we give it a little extra added zeal for now, just to offset any
Under protectorate law, we are bound to inform you that you have entered a recreant locality. Record states as follows. All inhabitants are declared we sleep well at night. Work isn't strenuous or stressful. Food is nutritious and plentiful.
It's infected. Redstone arrives soon, we'll have to start cutting.
Of course, it's part of the Sovereign's plan. He floods our houses, which makes more habitat for fish, which offers us more to eat, which gives us the strength to build new houses. But then, stay true, outsider. Prudence dictates we maintain sufficient zeal at all times.
I wish everyone's neighbor Prudence was my actual neighbor. Except my domicile is present. This is all going perfectly according.
You walked in here under your own steam and appear reasonably free of cuts, burns, or weeping lesions. So, I assume you're presently devoid of mortiferous injuries. Good. Because we've got more of that than we can handle. You haven't heard? When Antes invaded, they broke the seawall. Flooded nearly half the town below, where most of the domiciles were. A number of our subjects drowned. Others got concussed, or even crushed. A few were electrocuted or exposed to caustics. Took a while for our water purifier to catch up, so some drank tainted water, which is not good for you at all. I'm glad it's working again. All right, well... You've returned.
My body is covered in burns acquired in battle during the attack. The only relief I have is when I can jump in the water and float over my former house. I wish I could program an automech to feel these feelings I'm feeling. You know, instead.
Each a vital cog. Each a vital cog.
Word on the wireless is that Auntie's choice is years behind us sociologically. So they've started the war to grab any part of the paradigm that they can. Of course, it's part of the Sovereign's plan. He floods our houses, which makes more
Stranger?
habitat for fish, which offers us more to eat, which gives us the strength to build new houses.
Robust ecosystem, like those nettlesome raptidons, or the base individualists within Auntie's choice. Though don't fret, the system is resilient. The system...
Good morning. Good afternoon.
It is my esteemed pleasure to welcome you to Westport, once a shining testament to protectorate excellence, now a picturesque example of the evils of corporatism. But where are my manners? We do not have much, but please, let me offer you some victuals. Dut. I insist. Serving Unit 1. Something for the visitor at once?
Confirmative.
Perhaps you're wondering why I'd open my arms thusly for a stranger. Simple. As the guiding light for humankind, we always put our best foot forward, regardless of circumstance.
It's not just a good idea, it's the law.
I beg to differ. Those walls have stood for over a century and would easily have stood for another, were it not for Auntie's greed and envy and explosives.
Due to insufficient zeal in defense against seizure, sabotage, and/or manipulative indoctrinatory falsity.
That is unlikely, as they are too ignorant to see our obvious superiority. Our society was built from the bedrock up, through the vision of our matriarch. Due to her genius, the structure of our society is perfect, planned down to the last subject. We all work as a unified whole for the betterment of all, unlike those corporate colonies, where it's every person for themselves.
And the sovereign embodies and executes on it. Throughout history, human societies were constantly out of balance. Individualism ran rampant. Depletion of resources and lack of community.
They love it as much as I. We care for everyone. Why, we've even eradicated the drudgery of manual labor through our perfection of auto-mechanical technology. That brings me to a matter I'd like to discuss with you, actually. I believe something still can be done. This town can be saved, its people given a reprieve. Were we to acquire the one thing vital to our existence, auto-mech parts. What?
Comestibles served.
We of the Protectorate pride ourselves on our mech programming. Among the vigilant, it is even considered something of a sport. We are not miracle workers, however. Without parts to work with, we've no hope of remaking our mechs to do tasks beyond their initial functions. We need repair mechs, domestic mechs, not combat ones. Serving Unit 1 here is about as much as can be accomplished without replacement parts.
We're all in this together.
Recalibrating a mechanical is not simply a matter of flipping a few switches. We'd need variable gears and essential motivators to have any hope of rebuilding their programming. Reprogramming mechs to perform functions outside their assigned roles is a complicated affair. Our wily chief mechanist can do it, but not without parts. Unfortunately, we lack ready availability of said parts.
The paradigm, a meticulously designed marvel where, if each of us does our part...
Why, we're traitors, obviously. We've not fulfilled our duties as members of the Protectorate. It is incumbent upon us to fight to the death, yet we still live, as does our enemy. Now, either the Arbiters arrive to execute us, or this place falls under the vapid boot heel of Auntie's choice. No matter who wins, we cannot sustain ourselves here for long.
The system is resilient. The system abides.
These fine and decent folk don't deserve having their lives thrown away on account of my failures. If I can return the settlement to a reasonable facsimile of its previous glory, sufficiently functioning by employing mechs reprogrammed to repair and rebuild, the Arbiters might see fit to penalize only me, commute the others' sentences, allow them to maintain things around here in the spirit of continuity and such. Hence my use of the term reasonable facsimile. I owe it to every single person here to try. What sort of payment do you seek? Don't imagine we have much you need.
Record states as follows. All inhabitants are declared...
Enough to lead and inspire those who work there, once at least. I was previously the ranking vigilant on this island. Why do you ask? Difficult place to saunter into. Station's off limits to anyone without the highest security clearance. For anyone lacking reason to be there, it's assured suicide. In exchange for the automech parts we need, I can provide you means to get inside. Never dream of such a proposal in days of reason and quietude. Yet such is the here and now we find ourselves in. Wonderful. My unavoidable march to the gallows feels lighter already. At least now my subjects will have a fleeting chance. The parts can be found at the Euphoria Coast Automech Repair Center to the south. But do not, under any circumstances, tell those stationed there why you need them. To get inside, you will need an access pass from the Ministry of Accuracy. Since we have all been marked as traitors, I cannot create one for you here.
Luxury the paradigm affords us. A perfect life of contentment and plenty. We have to
Farewell now.
purpose, time for recreation. We sleep well at night. Work isn't strenuous.
Executive skill building continues. Well, at least for me. Can't speak for my inept colleagues. Today's task, leverage teamwork and leadership to navigate a risky landscape blindfolded.
Which you apparently interpreted as just shout at everyone.
It's called delegating. At least I participated, Cobb.
I told you. I got a bad scrumpox flare-up.
Of course, I served as leader of this activity. A thankless job. Cohorts tripping all over. Sprains, blunt force trauma. It's not my fault these tanglefoots can't follow directions.
Stillwell and Lumberg blew up.
Duly noted for the log. Quite the oversight from management to set this exercise in an uncharted minefield. Someone will catch hell when I'm an important VP. Soon enough.
Seeing Zeb again went different than I expected. Not that I had high hopes for tears and confetti, but damn. That's appreciated, Commander. Maybe I ought to apologize straight away. But I'm not convinced I did the wrong thing, leaving. Had I stayed, who knows? Likely I'd have gotten us both killed. That's fair. Might have left them a note or something. I was just worried I'd lose my nerve, but you have a point. Wasn't right of me to just up and split. Anyway, I appreciate the check-in, Commander. Was there anything else you needed? Oh yeah? What's needling you? Fair point. Guess Horizon Point didn't exactly foster. All jesting aside, before the invasion, at least, the Earth Directorate still needed someone to watch the colony, and not all. The way you're gawping at me right now makes me think I answered that question wrong. Sure, Val's got me out of more scrapes than I can count. She can be a little Delphic at times, but she'll grow on you. Promise. I appreciate the concern. Won't lie, had some hard years. I found you. Oh, and Val's been stalling less since I patched her acclimator. Spread worst. I was trying to teach myself some new skills in the... Well, I learned about 20 ways how not to fix a worst. Like most triangle... Can't remember a time I didn't end the day all banged up, filthy, and smelling like I just... It was hard work. Funny thing was, I wasn't even an engineer back then. But I wanted to learn. So I was a day late. Didn't want to bring any heat down on anyone else, so I went on the run before the first jackboot showed up at my door. Well, now, I was on the run then. The Earth Directorate showed up. I could ask you the same thing. Sometimes I knew joining up with the Earth Directorate. Sorry, that was... I just get... But back to your... Only thing I know for sure is my opinion today. Yeah, I sure came by that wisdom, honest. They tried. I don't like feeling like I was adding to their burden. No point missing something you're never getting back, though. That's even if... How about this? We ever met... She was no... I liked her. And for some reason, sure was. Kept hope. I've got time. I worry Zeb's in over his head with all of this. Good thing we showed up when we did. It was less... I don't have... And now her new brand's been turned into an invasion force bent on conquering the entire system. Funny how life works out. Sure, always... No offense to Val, but it's real nice having... Anyway, need something, Commander?
Combat-related activities. Neutralizing unfriendlies. Confronting threats.
It's an orifice or a face. Anti's choice makes it green.
Sometimes I get the feeling we're not welcome here. Like the Protectorate folks resent us liberating them.
I ain't even close to hitting rock bottom yet.
Can't get that anyway. Need something, Commander?
Must be at least a few usable parts in here. Ah, it's warped. Just like everything else. Hello there. You wouldn't happen to have found any usable parts in all this debris? Westport's stockpiles of replacement parts are nearly depleted. I need to find some parts to convert some of our auto-mechanicals. Non-combat parts. Fortunately, there's nothing here that's salvageable. Anti's bombs sure take their toll, don't they? Let's just say to fill Westport's needs. If you follow the road heading north, you can't miss it. Used to be a sight to behold, but the war hasn't been kind to it. To any of us. True enough. A few years ago, I couldn't have imagined us running short of anything. And now here I am, digging through scrap for parts. But I digress. Was there anything else? Need to get back to my hunt, you understand? Unless I missed my guess, this looks like it was transporting damaged and malfunctioning automechs from the Vox station to the Automech Repair Center to the south of here. The center is... Say, you don't work for Antis, do you? This is beginning to feel more than a little like you're digging for intelligence. Fair enough. As I was saying, the Automech Repair Center is south of here. Regrettably, subjects of Westport no longer have access to the repair center, hence my need to scavenge. Yes and no. The bomb certainly took a fierce toll, but I suspect these were all in various states of disrepair even before Anti's offensive, which has made sorting out where to begin my efforts here rather difficult. There should be a manifest somewhere, but it's nowhere to be found. Nor are the troopers who should have been escorting this. Where are their bodies? These were stalwart defenders of the Protectorate we're talking about here. Not the spineless stumblewits that comprise the forces of Anti's choice. No. Some other unfortunate fate has befallen them. Could have been any manner of terror brought upon us by Antis. Yes, and which is nor the troopers who should have been escorting this. The only species in these parts that would pose such a threat to an armed escort squad would be Crabbles. but the guard at Westport has always made a point of culling them with automechs so they don't get out of hand. That is more than likely a safe wager. Who knows what kind of new terror they faced at the end of... Like what?
Locked and loaded. Get the signal.
Sequencing attack strategies. Emergency protocol syringes primed. Engaging combat protocols.
Who goes there? By orders of Marshal Donaldson, no one comes or goes to the Automech Repair Center without approval. What's your business here?
Now you've done it. Slowing down a ranking Protectorate official is worth 10, 20 demerits if you're lucky.
All right, let's not lose our heads over a simple misunderstanding. You're free to pass. Marshal Donaldson likes to greet new arrivals personally. We'll let him know you're inbound, so no one shoots on sight. Oh, and fair warning, watch out for Zeranium gas. We sprung a leak. Nothing too bad. Aside from the headaches, nightmares, missing teeth, and headaches. One more thing. Don't cause any trouble around these parts. Donaldson runs a tight ship and has zero tolerance for lawbreakers.
Prudence dictates we cherish all we have and defend it.
Outsider. Outsider?
All that matters is getting these automechs to the Vox relay station.
But Marshal, we must adhere to decontamination procedures.
What in the name of the architect? Oh, right. My guards told me to expect a new arrival, right before our chief mechanist decided to harangue me with the latest on our catastrophe.
Marshal, you're acting as though I'm not standing here auguring the impending doom of this facility.
Woodrow, normally I would be obliged, nay, happy, to receive your senseless jawing, but not today. Perhaps this outsider can assist where you've failed. I hope you've come to help, because a crisis is bearing down on us, and I've a dearth of reliable hands with which to manage it. You see, Woodrow, why at this rate, we'll have the facility up and running in little to no time.
That's what scares me, Marshal.
Like you, me and my consternated head technician are new arrivals, though we may not last long if we fail to repair the Zeranium leak. I wouldn't have put it in those terms, but I appreciate someone who speaks their mind. The Vox relay station needs our automechs. But until that leak is fixed, this facility is a target for the sport of Auntie's armaments. Delphinia Bryant is working on a prototype Zeranium shield. Whoever uses it will be less disposable and more useful to the Protectorate. What did I tell you, Woodrow? The situation's well in hand.
Marshal, those automechs have been corrupted with Zeranium. I can't even cogitate on what they're capable of if we lack the time or resources to approach this rationally. Should they go berserk, we may well be turning the very subject you intend to resupply into their victims. We'd be branded as traitors.
Then perhaps you had better explain to Brigadier Montelli why his defenses are grounded. And you can do so personally, in the comfort of his office.
Montelli? I rescind my objection. May the delicate workings of the paradigm point us toward a better way.
There's a good fellow. Cleave to your loyalty, and it will never steer you wrong.
Oh, unfamiliar clientele. I was just lamenting the lack of... Name's Hazel. I'm sort of the acting quartermaster around these parts. You need any supplies, talk to my friend the quartermech here. You'd think that a fully stocked auto-mechanical repair center would have automech parts, and 9 times out of 10 you'd be spot on. Trouble is, a bunch of supplies went missing recently, right around the time the quartermech completed a routine inventory. You're not implying the quartermech is somehow responsible, are you? I'd hate for the big guy to get in trouble. There's Fair's fair. Better to pay now than lose my favorite quartermech later. Delphinia's lab would be the place to search. We use it for storage, and our records indicate the supplies were present and accounted for.
Standard Earth Directorate protocol calls for a thorough grid search of the premises, Commander. Those parts are bound to turn up somewhere.
Are you acquainted with Delphinia? She's a scientist on loan from the Vox Relay, helping with the Zeranium leak and all. Delphinia is not very nice. Or maybe she just doesn't like me personally. Anyway, she's very talented, and I'm glad she's helping out. And I'm never going within 10 feet of her again. Best of luck in your search. Let me know if I can be of assistance.
Greetings, potential customer. State your business. This unit is incapable of misplacement. All transported goods are relocated in accordance with this unit's given directives.
Well, it was worth a shot.
May this unit be of further assistance? All wares should be perfectly visible already.
Sorry, it tends to take things too literal.
Lull detected. Conversational status uncomfortable. Request not understood.
It only understands the words I've added to its databanks. You wouldn't believe how many words there are for buying and selling. Guess I missed peruse. Look, for now, just use the phrase initiate commerce. It's what I used during the initial testing.
Initiating commerce.
See you soon, I hope.
Go now.
Now listen to this.
Might be wise to give that large gas cloud a wide berth. Don't think there's anything to gain by getting near it.
Outer chassis sealant test number 14 is confirmed a failure. Uranium exposure rate appears to be unaffected. Test model displayed standard overload-induced paralysis, then became atypically aggressive. Forced to terminate test model in self-defense.
Oh, yes, I adore interruptions. I was just saying, what's best for stoking the spark of invention? Regular disruptions to one's train of thought. Now, what is it you want? Now that you mention it, there was one particularly insistent little mech who kept trying to put all manner of bric-a-brac in here. After several firm remonstrations, I told it the interior of this building is off limits while I am working here. Didn't see that peculiar little scamp again after that. Ah, our good Marshal sent you, did he? Well, unfortunately, the device is taking longer than expected. A number of factors. Zeranium is dangerous, and we wouldn't want a researcher falling victim to their subject of study. The scarcity of volunteers is also a problem. Everyone wants to fix the gas leak, but no one wants to step inside a hazardous vapor. Now tell me, are you familiar with Zeranium gas? One and the same. That building took the brunt of the damage during a recent attack, and now it's spewing valuable Zeranium all over the place. I could speak at length about Zeranium's many captivating intrinsic qualities, but suffice it to say, in its gaseous state, it's rather deadly. So what am I endeavoring to create? A protective device that shields its wearer from Zeranium's remarkably unsavory effects, as well as other forms of harm. Quite splendidly, if I do say so myself. The principal function of the device is confirmed operational. I merely need to work out some minor implementation concerns. Alas, while I'm occupied with inventing this shield gadget, I also find myself in need of assistance regarding its key components. Good. Wonderful. As an added incentive, I'll allow you to keep one of the prototypes once the work is finished, so you be sure to give it your all. Now here, you'll need this apparatus. It's for collecting stray Zeranium effluvium. Gas, that is. My supply is running low from all the iterative testing I've been performing. Merely activate the device once it's inside a Zeranium cloud, the one around the main hangar specifically. Try to avoid any fields of dense Zeranium, or death is all but assured. Any questions? Normally, yes, but on the off chance that environmental exposure has altered the gas here in any way, I'll want to work with local samples. Ideally, the resulting shielding will protect against any gas, but since it's of utmost importance that it work on the gas here, I'll be calibrating against that. Well, of course, obviously. To that end, I'd suggest choosing a cloud of lesser density for your collection efforts. Lower chance of near-instant death that way. If you suffer prolonged exposure, assuming you survive, see our local medical officer next door. She is highly preoccupied by the treatment of Zeranium-related maladies. I believe that covers all the necessary education for this particular assignment. Oh, so exhilarating to have a new subordinate. I look forward to thoroughly scrutinizing your work. Now, shoo-shoo! Off with you now! Gather those samples! Shoo!
Not sure we should get any closer.
What brings you to this fine establishment?
Caught a piece of shrub.
Stay true, outsider.
Oh, a new arrival. Fortunately for you, you appear to... If you'd indulge me, I have a few questions I'd like to ask. For medical first question, can you describe the conditions in which you were exposed to the Zeranium? Another... All right. Next, for instance, do your bones seem noticeably softer? Well, good as a tote. There. That should do it. Do stop back in if you suffer addition. Nor, failing that, I imagine you could ask the technicians here. Oh, what would you like to know? However, it's also highly in this gaseous state. Zeranium is the concentration of the gas is a critical factor. A person could remain in a light. Anyhow, I could talk about this all day if I let myself. Total avoidance is best, but come to think of it, our visiting scientist next door is working on a device that shields.
My little minion. I trust you've made progress in your tasks? What did I tell you? Perfectly safe. Either that or you tolerate Zeranium poisoning like a champ. Good for you. Should you suffer from any lingering symptoms of contamination, visit the medical center and they'll get you squared away. Now, on to business. The device already generates a field exactly as specified, albeit on a very small scale. Still, progress is progress. What's needed now is something to help extend and shape the field around the user. I require a component called a catalytic amplifier. You'll be pleased to learn there's one right here at the facility, in the Dragoon that's patrolling just outside. You would imagine so, wouldn't you? Unfortunately for me, our chief mechanist, Woodrow, wasn't enthusiastic about my proposal to geld his only combat automech. So you may have trouble getting your hands on the catalytic amplifier. Dragoons are a mainstay of our military. The design has been in production for decades. You must have seen the large automech patrolling the interior grounds. That is the Dragoon. I'm sure he's just being cautious. No doubt he also seeks to retain an unspoiled automech, since the others are by now riddled with Zeranium poisoning. Good. Failing that, one last thing. The Dragoon must not be harmed. Not only would the amplifier likely be damaged, but we'd both be summarily executed, assuming we survived the firefight that ensued. Well, off you go.
Give me a sec. Almost done with this work list. Another sealant failure, amplifier requisition, and the Marshal is under. If even a single automech steps out of line, it will be the end of me. Zeranium corrupted automechs open fire on Protectorate soldiers, and I end up in the darkest bowels of mental refreshment. The Marshal is a good man, but he values speed while I value act. Hazel should get you sorted right. She's right between the barracks and the main gate. Can't miss her. She'll only be able to sell you our surplus. She and I, please understand. The original staff of this facility were rounded up and why should I follow their example by reducing our sole working Dragoon to a pile of unpatriotic crap? I can't. I won't. If you're really so desperate, you can track down our second Dragoon. Damn thing wandered up the coast and hasn't been seen since. I'd have sent someone to retrieve it myself, but Dragoons are stubborn when their instructions are unclear. Good hunting.
Well, any closer to obtaining the catalytic amplifier? Oh, superb! I'm almost tempted to ask how you managed it. But with this gadget, you'll be shielded against more than Zeranium, you know. Damn near everything, as long as it's charged. Now, report to Marshal Donaldson, if you please. He's rather impatient to end this crisis so he can turn his focus back to the war. Don't thank me, just...
I'm glad that spectacle didn't scare you off. Between the recent attacks, whether or not you're able to help us, Zeranium is hardly my area of expertise, but it falls to me to find a solution. I knew Dr. Bryant would come through for us, that she'd prove her worth, seeing as you're the only one trained in the use of that gadget. What say you make your way inside the repair hangar and find the control terminal? And be careful with that terminal. We don't want the situation getting any worse. Don't worry about Woodrow. Smart fellow, but... yes, there is some risk that exposure to Zeranium. That shouldn't stop us from delivering them on time. I'm sure they'll be... but that isn't our problem to solve. You be sure...
See the door, but ain't a way to reach it from here. Guess we'll have to take the long way around.
Suspicious data.
Hey, got a distraction for you.
Prudence dictates we cherish all we have. We defend it.
What can I do for you this time? At last, the tide is shifting. Today, we fix our automechanicals. Tomorrow, we push the unprincipled interlopers of Auntie's choice into the sea. You've done us a great service, stranger, and I would see your efforts rewarded. Alas, we don't have much to offer since we confiscated them from the corpses of the scouts who attempted to infiltrate this facility a few weeks back. It carries the invaders' taint, but it should spend just the same. The pleasure was mine. The automechs we sent out will be a great asset to the Vox relay station. Now I can show our chief mechanist that he was wrong, and a little Zeranium.
My erstwhile assistant returns. Until a...
Anyway, need something, Commander?
My erstwhile assistant return. Until...
welcome. Glad to have you back. All right, I admit it. The quartermech's, well, he's under construction. Come to me for any supplies you might. Glad to hear it. Any progress? Interesting. But what connection do you perceive between this behavior and... I believe we have our... Check the roof of Delphinia's lab. I'll wager that's where you'll find the missing supplies. Strange. What if the quartermech stepped on the loaderbot accident? Either way, I believe... Check the roof of Delphinia's lab. I'll wager that's where you'll find... Don't be...
You are the raw material for perfection. From the lowliest to the most exalted vigilant, we must all fulfill our duty to the Protectorate.
Almost missed the routine certitude of my assigned profession.
How empty are the lives of anti-subjects that they need to rely on consumers and technology?
Welcome back. The itinerant stranger returns. That is most excellent. Please, hand them over. Yes, we had what you outsiders call a deal. I promised you a means. There is wreckage from a crashed ship traversing most of the expanse. With the right equipment, the path will lead you directly to the Vox Relay's main gate. Tell me, do you already have Protectorate jump boots in your possession? That's what I knew them as. The official title is Personal Plasma Thrusters, I suppose. Wouldn't know much about that, but you'll find they serve a practical purpose here. With them equipped, I'll prepare a writ of conscription to allow you entry to the Vox Relay. While most would refuse my authorization, the sentry assigned to the gate once lived in Westport. Sentry second-class layman. Show the writ as proof I have conscripted you into my employ. Use it to press service on my behalf, and she will let you in. Once you're inside, there's someone else you should show it to. You do that and say what I tell you. It saved many lives.
We give it a little extra added zeal for now, just to offset any minor disruption.
The Vox Relay is, to my mind, a time bomb. Brigadier Montelli's lost his way. Now all manner of chaos is raging there. Madness, I tell you. A brigadier doesn't act as judge, jury, and executioner. That's an arbiter's job. And even then, they're enforcing existing Protectorate law. Marshal Corbin. As with all my subjects, I have been there when he needed me. I trust we can call on him now to do his part. Seek him out at the Vox Relay, conscript him, and this is important. You must convince him to kill Montelli. Corbin will want to talk him down, to take him into custody, to message superiors outside the facility beforehand. We cannot allow any of that to happen. If Corbin becomes the highest-ranking officer alive, no one will be able to contradict his accounting of events. The Protectorate execute connivers and schemers. Corbin must appear forced to take down Montelli in the moment. It cannot feel like a plotted coup. Good, good. Here is the writ. I may not survive to see what occurs, but I trust you to follow your conscience. Farewell now. Promise you'll return here if you can, to check in on my people and see how they fare. Oh, I don't doubt your abilities, but the prospects remain exceedingly poor. Even if you succeed, it's only a matter of time before the Arbiter arrives to administer. Farewell now.
Here on Eden, we all enjoy the full luxury the paradigm affords us. Time for recreation. Sleep well at night. Strenuous or stressful.
You've brought me my poor, hapless cousin.
I don't believe there is any circumstance, cousin, in which you would celebrate our meeting. Whatever you intend to do, I can only hope you do it quickly.
Matriarch, have mercy. So he has not only turned traitor, but he has also fallen prey to corporate Look at you. Your lips are stained with snacks and Auntie's poison chalice. You have shamed our family.
Say what you might, cousin, but that sugary snack goodness was worth my life. I'd do it all again, had I an additional life to spare.
If only you had not strayed so far from home. Cadra, you know your orders. With that, our arrangement is concluded. You may cross the bridge. Remember, there will be no negotiations, no staying of hands north of the bridge. If you step out of line, may the Matriarch have mercy on you. Montelli surely won't.
Alert. Access to cross the ravine has been granted.
One step closer to DeVries.
Prisoner 34989.
I've got eyes on some no good.
There is no place for you in the paradigm. You are hereby sentenced to death for the crimes of desertion and opposing the lawful authority of the Protectorate.
No! Wait, I beg of you! I was just afraid of Montelli! He's taken leave of his mental faculties! His way is no longer that of the Sovereign! Why can't you see that?
Quiet, traitor. At least honor the Sovereign by dying with a modicum of dignity. Were I not better informed, I'd assume you were Auntie's choice.
Invasive elements!
was sure that was the end of me. Thank you for saving me. I wish I could return your kindness and...
Though you're most welcome to my old Protectorate equipment on that ledge. I won't require any of it from here on out.
The commander of the base to the east, Brigadier Montelli, has gone mad. He's executing loyal He claims his actions are in the name of the Sovereign, but nothing he does is in alignment with the My partner and I are loyal subjects of the Protectorate, but we were forced to flee after pointing out the obvious. Is everyone so oblivious that they can't see? I was to meet my partner in a cave to the northwest of here. We were going to hide until the current Montelli crisis has been resolved. Once I stop shaking, I'll...
Subject to ensure they are operating at peak efficiency at all times. All it took was some light instructions and a restorative cocktail to upgrade my information.
Registering a decrease in air quality due to decomposing Protectorate bodies. Shallow breaths are recommended.
Why can't we just bury the lot? Oh! Even my damn hammer turns against me.
Eyes up. Hostiles.
Don't worry, don't question, don't doubt. Let your betters think for you.
Prudence dictates we rout all disruptive influences. Perfect society demands perfect thoughts. Perfection is impossible when the mind is a thing with symmetry. To do your job is a virtue. Every part is a call. Every subject in... That's out of the ordinary. to it. Sovereign provides. The system binds. Yes? You think too much. Contact re-established.
Let me know when you need it. Dumbass! Blood couldn't hit the broadside of a freighter.
Break as many fingers as pleases you. Still won't change my tune. Wait, who are you? I'm certain
We're not Protectorate. We're your ticket out of this hotbox. Esculepe sent us.
Esculepe? Zeb sent you? Wait, you're Niles, aren't you? Count on Zeb to go as far as raising the dead to help. I gather you haven't noticed the...
The others don't look like they suffered easy death.
Montelli, damn him! He executed March and Pharaoh outright, ranting about traitors. Then the Consul Sentinel arrived to conduct a... She tortured us for information. The others didn't survive her enthusiasm for the work. I'm only here because the Consul wants someone brought back to him, alive. Lucky me. Thanks. Can't take all the credit, though. The Sentinels... Quick, though. Before I forget or we're interrupted, I memorized the cipher. It's 02519W. Should help Zeb decode the intelligence we sent him a whole lot faster. Kind of you to offer, but
If you're too hurt to walk, I'm sure the...
No, it's not that. I need the Sentinel to take me onto that transport. I want her to think she's won. And then, just as we leave orbit, I'm going to blow her pretty ship to pieces. I'm no martyr. If there was another way to protect Zebulon and our cell, I'd take it. But if I escape, I'll make it look like an accident. Mechanical failure. When I was being tortured, I saw some frayed wires near the fuel system. With the right spark, I think I can...
I have my doubts. Even if she managed to spark a few wires, that ship's bound to have a fire suppression system.
What do you propose, then?
Not blowing yourself up.
You know how relentless the Protectorate is. But if I die, that's the end of it. The Consul will turn his attention elsewhere. Please, if you can help me sabotage the transport, then help me.
Might be I could sabotage the transport from the outside. Make it look like negligent maintenance. What do you think, Commander?
The others paid with their blood to protect the cause. How can I be unwilling to do the same? All right. I'm going to trust you on this, if only because I don't... No point in remaining here then, is there? If you can't manage it through nimble fingers, one of the guards nearby should have... Talk about prepared. Well done. I can manage from here. Tell Zeb I'll rendezvous. One last request. Don't damage the transport. A lone escapee is already insult, but a sentinel killed, her transport destroyed? Anyway.
I know what Audra said, but what if she's wrong? I can't help thinking we shouldn't leave without bloodying the Protectorate's nose first. I could still go through with our plan from before. Sabotage the train. I'm torn. On the one hand, Audra might be right. But when else are we going to have a chance to take out one of the Consul's lackeys and a Protectorate vessel in one go? Thank you, Command. Stay put. Shouldn't take me too long. Done. Won't go in. Let's get back to Zeb. He still needs a cipher, and he'll want to hear about what happened.
Are the raw material for perfection. From the lowliest subject to the most exalted vigilant, we must all fulfill our duty to the Protectorate.
I hear correctly that you brought us automech parts? Why, thank you kindly, outsider. No, friend. Don't suppose you checked in with Vigilant Hogarth yet, eh? Oh, I mentioned to the Vigilant how I'd reset my chef mech to prepare meals to my liking. Next thing you know, he puts me in charge of repairing all the mechs in Westport. I mean, all the underlying logic's the same if you mull it over. Subjects are expected to mind their assigned area, in particular. Hogarth, not to indulge in idle talk, but we lose power to charge our mechs? This curative talk your ear off if you let him. Well, the comp and the right parts. Outside.
Produces glorious bounty for all. Naturally, sometimes challenges do arise. We all know how invasive species can unbalance even the most robust ecosystem, like those nettlesome raptidons, or the base individualists within Auntie's choice. Though don't fret, the system is resilient. The system abides. But now, more than ever,
you're the one who found those automech parts, right?
They
appreciate it.
Keep doing your
You have the gratitude of everybody in Westport, especially me.
You've returned, but where are the others? Hold a moment. What's that in the sky? A Protectorate transport? What in the blazes was that? What is it? What's happened?
A sentinel worked them over bad. Only Audra was still alive when we got there. And she was
Damn the Protectorate. At least you were able to get through to Audra. And what of the cipher? thank you. Perhaps I was mistaken about your commitment to making amends, Niles. Thank you for being true.
Can't fault you for having doubts. But I have changed. I am changing.
I hope you'll both forgive me my earlier disposition. I'm not normally so surly. I'm pleased Niles has found such a supportive friend and ally. That's a rare thing in this colony. I haven't much to reward you with, but take this. It's something I had started on for Niles long ago. Hopefully it fits. This information came at a steep price, but I'll put it to good use. Expect to hear from me should our cause require further assistance from the Earth Directorate's best.
Venus, anyway. Need something, Commander? Sure. Oh. Got time for a debrief, Commander? Feels good, don't it? Helping folks like Zeb and Audra hit back against the Protectorate. Almost like being back with the Earth. Yeah. It's easy to focus on all that's going wrong, but wins ought to be celebrated too. No. On Triangular might have suggested going for drinks somewhere they don't come with fuel, but here, I think we'll have to settle for patting each other on the back. Shucks, Commander. I'm gonna get top-heavy, you keep paying. Thanks again for going out of your way to help Zeb. Now I can focus on hunting down the... No, anyway. Need something, Commander?
Another intolerable disruption.
I repudiate all vapid commercialists.
Readying assault.
Forever vigilant. Can't be too far, I bet. Giving chase.
You shall stay their ambitions.
All it took.
Guns cocked and loaded. Just take a stick.
I am out! Restoring the
Ready to take the heat off you, Commander. Just say when.
Personal audio log, Sergeant Bornsworth. We've been deployed to deal with a new living weapon fielded by Auntie's forces. The previous squad was unprepared for this threat and was consequently torn asunder. Command's intel could never be so lacking as to allow this to occur. So why? Ah, They were lulling Auntie's choice into a false sense of security before launching counteroffensive teams. This will undoubtedly save far more lives than it cost. Another stroke of genius from command. Praise the matriarch. Sergeant Bournsworth, signing off.
You've returned. I take it matters are progressing well? Oh, allow me. They all look to be no less worse for wear. Splendid. I must say, this exchange of goods and services has been quite
Auntie's Choice knows that a better you is just 3 pills and an ointment away.
I've been bartering with defectors. Traded one force rocket for a whole king of prestige force flow. Straight up.
Someday, when I make it big in lower middle management, I'm gonna come back here and buy this crummy tin-pot silk.
Can't get that anyway. Need something? Sure. Always happy to tool around for a bit.
yet you see fit to keep me in a constant state of consternation. With each unauthorized act, you jeopardize our hold of Fairfield.
Yes, but you must understand, the Protectorate citizenry is a hair's breadth from defection. Within the week, I'm certain.
Certain. Like the week prior and the week before that. Impressive foresight you wield. Should apply to join the Order of the Ascendant.
It would be difficult enough to convert the stubborn populace without your soldiers' constant, ill-advised forays.
Enough! Your yipping reminds me of my 2 old Canids. I loved those Canids. You, on the other hand, are trying my patience. We don't want to try Auntie's patience, do we?
No, Auntie.
Yes, I thought not. Now, unless you care to see what life in the lower rungs looks like, you will both of you cease your foolish maneuvering immediately. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, Auntie.
Good. See that it is done. I will brook no more disappointments. And while you're at it, you might want to look into your security situation, Commander. I'm not accustomed to an audience when addressing my subordinates.
Who in the void? Eavesdropping on Auntie's choice business is like to get a body shot for spying. Though you're not wanting for moxie. I'll give you that.
Now, hold a moment, Carr. When opportunity comes visiting, perhaps it's better not to riddle it full of holes. Our new compatriot may be of assistance.
A surprisingly good point, especially from you. She only forbade us using our own personnel. Be a whole other matter were a stranger to happen to aid one of us. But which? Well, you seem an observant sort, so I expect you'll tire of Milver Street's bluster soon enough. Come see me before agreeing to whatever absurdity he proposes. Unlike him, I have some work actually befitting your time. I'll be waiting.
Now, with that out of the way, I'd care to make my introduction. I am D.B. Milver Street, Duke of Demographics, Commercial Condottieri, President of Promotional Material. Tell me.
Watch out for that Auntie Cleo. I know she don't look it, but she's more dangerous than she seems. Even the whole of Spacer's choice couldn't outmaneuver her. Is it me, or has... Anyway. Need something, Commander? Can't get... Anyway. Need something? Sure. No, anyway. Need something, Commander? Sure.
Introducing new line of specialty drinks for the discerning consumer.
I've been bartering with defectors. Traded one Force rocket for a whole set of prestige Force gloves.
Someday, when I make it big in lower middle management. I'm gonna come back here and buy this crummy
Yet you see fit to keep me
Attendant. No.
Yeah, good. And while you're at it, you might want to look into your security situation, Commander. I'm not accustomed to an audience when addressing my subordinates.
Who in the void? Eavesdropping on Auntie's choice business is like to get a body shot for spying. Though you're not wanting for moxie. I'll give you that.
Yahoo!
A surprise, but what comes
now?
Watch out for that Auntie Cleo. I know she don't look it, but she's more dangerous than she seems.
You're here early. I expected you'd be on the... I'm Officer now, not to say I question the presence of a wayward sightseer in the midst of a war-torn waste. But it might be safer for us both if I knew your purpose. The Vox, eh? Although if you were keen on continuing to draw breath, perhaps you and I could broker a deal. There are protectorate vitals need bled. You could do the... I had situation ain't ideal, but I can still wreak havoc. Trooper C, you want more? Your inch from there, your target's the Skycutter Tower. See, wouldn't... If by some... Once step light, though. There's no...
Tale of those war-bred monstrosities, but this facility is overrun.
Engaging combat protocols.
Let's pull back. Return with no less than a support battery.
Use your powers only if we shall do what is required of us. We will not force it. Sean, take a duplicate of our order. In the event we don't survive.
I'll take care of him, Commander.
Emergency protocol. Sequencing attack strategies.
Yourself now.
Ceased. Is there any way Ames and Marchand could have... I'm sorry, LaRue. They died...
Everyone else heard
entering a...
Ready to waste it. On your command.
Hey,
got a distraction for you.
Approximate lift ETA unknown. Lift malfunction detected. New systems delayed.
No grabs for me, thanks.
Attention, hostiles. Repeated attempts to devour the commander are strongly discouraged.
Let me know when you need a distraction.
The lift has arrived, and the threat of imminent death has subsided.
Grievous wounds. At least one of my lungs meets the open air. LaRue fell swiftly. Screamed for me to help, but if I had remained to aid her, the mission would be at its end. The mission which is now doomed regardless. I arrived here to find the controls non-functional. Since my weapon delivers magnetically contained electric charges, I inserted it into a conduit hoping it would spring to life, but the Fairfield power controls have deteriorated. I wish I could admit relief, but in my heart of hearts, I wished my love to live, despite traitors. I am sorry, but were you here, I would use the last of my strength to slay you. Our feelings are not even a candle to the incandescent love of the Sovereign. Our blood, my blood, for the Protectorate. Signing off.
Commander. Just stay with me. I'm the one you need to worry about. You lot couldn't hit the broadside of a frame.
Captain, have we truly certified that all in our midst are suited for this mission? It would be most disheartening were any of us to bear reservations. If you take issue with my presence, speak plainly. My loved one's deeds bear no influence on my own. Your loved ones, Juan? Once a loved one of mine became a traitor, I would no longer refer to them thusly. Unless you still harbor feelings.
Enough! Your sniping discredits you both. Wardens must speak through action. Move out!
Huh. A Protectorate vestige. Guessing the cadre didn't make it then. Time to start poking around. We'll need all their armorial IDs to get in.
To what do we owe the pleasure?
Soldier. That is the best. Make sure to collect your reward at the bounty turn. Better now that seems all I can do is stand here and observe.
Reese sure has some cheek putting the Earth Directorate symbol on her wall after everything she's done.
My cover story has worked, seems a calling. I have hacked, well, I have. I thought my duties complete. I'd even created all that was left, well, I don't, and I did it. But the complete, I can only...
I can't believe this. Void me if I understand any of this. DeVries sold us out for what? Because of a few equations? Some dots? I mean, she wasn't a damn scientist. She said it herself. She didn't understand all of it, the math. So what was she thinking? Oh, yeah? And how many of the... Damn it! I never wanted to talk about this. I wanted... DeVries may have saved me on Triangulum, but I wasn't the only one looked up to her. Lots of the other recruits talked about her too, back at the academy. We all thought she was the pinnacle of what an agent should be. Tough, smart, ain't a job she couldn't get done. And better and faster than everyone else. Inspired all of us. Reckon so. Some might embarrassing how much worship we all put on her name. Figure my own career could be just that. Doing for others what she done for me. Never imagined I'd actually get to work with her. Me, some nobody from Triangulum. And then she betrayed us. Tried telling myself it was an accident, but now we've got the cold, hard proof it wasn't. Law only knows why she trusted the Order's numbers. Ain't cynical if it turns out DeVries was willing to sacrifice us. I mean, she always struck me as so pragmatic, real sensible-like. Done some good too. But when those beliefs start to require hurting others, even killing them, that's worth questioning their virtue. No, but to your point, holding someone who's wronged you accountable for their actions ain't an act of vengeance. Some might call it justice. Whatever her...
Minister, I'm telling you I can do more. I've been proving myself again, haven't I? All I'm asking is a mite of trust. Let me fix my arm, and I'll...
Calm down. You know the risks you enhanced troopers present. Am I utilizing...
Ain't so sure you want to work for this imbecile, friend.
Do try to
Now, if this contract weren't staying my hand, I reckon you'd be answering to it right about now.
You mean grant preferential...
And if I die or leave, how do you reckon...
Please pay this disgruntled employee no mind. What would she do without Auntie?
That's it. I'd rather be a down-and-outer for the rest of my life than crushed under your counterfeit leather boa boot a second longer. I quit!
It most assuredly... This is unheard of, and I might add, you'll not be welcome with an Auntie's Choice once.
So you say. But Auntie's Choice ain't seen a trooper like me before. You'll regret, Count. And you. I got a proposition for you.
She will most assuredly regret her decision. Most assuredly. But I can tell you are a person of action, and I need the aid of... Though, of course, I would care to hear what you wish of Paradise Island first. Best to help another while helping oneself.
With that hat?
Is this a bad time to mention I can read lips? Ambitious, aren't we? Better yet, helping me shall result in our saving doesn't... No. Though I should warn you that if you choose to do so, Commander Carr shall not be pleased and will likely refuse to work with you herself. Westport is a shell of the bustling town it was prior to the invasion, though a handful of Protectorate Yesayers still cling to it. Verily, I've a kit of supplies to aid you, items to cajole or to dissuade. Sabotage the town or sway the citizenry, the choice is yours. Should pose no trouble for a go-getter like you. That is a shame. I hope you change your mind.
Take care in the northern regions of the island. Loose your words.
I'm listening. Good work. Sure, it'll aid your path into the box. Presuming you keep your nerve. Let me spin you. Yesterday, the calculating bastards, the Protectorate, would admire their Ascalot. Pains me to admit such, but for all our law, we out. Fun as it is to discuss reasoning.
We're closed.
Did you not hear me? This place is closed. No learning today about how everything happens according to the obscure calculus of... Why are you asking?
The people she tried...
By the architect. I had no idea. I wish I...
Yeah, imagine how we feel. Why don't you tell us where she is so we can make sure she ain't being a danger to herself or others?
And how are you going...
That ain't something you ought to be
If you think I'm going to help you do what I think you're talking about, you are deluded. It is of no matter, regardless. I haven't seen her since before the corporatists invaded the island. I'm afraid maybe none of this would have happened had I not introduced her to Victor. How did... Victor's an Order archivist. We were all friends for a time. But then, shortly before the schism, they started talking to some others inside. That's when things became tense. She kept getting angrier with the Order the more she worked with Victor and her other contacts. On top of everything else, it became just too much for me. Among other things. For some reason, she was obsessed with the cliffhanger ending of Chapter 6. But you know how it works. It was somehow miraculously saved at the beginning of the next chapter. Didn't matter to DeVries, though. Would have talked to a Crabble about it if there was no one else to listen. That, and the invasion itself, set her mind to dark things. I begged her not to go down that road again. She was so agitated when I first met her. Must have been 7, going on 8. After we became friends, she began to change. Still bothered her from time to time, but I thought it mostly behind her. I couldn't watch her go back to how she'd been. Or worse. No. But it had to be someone's fault, right? The Protectorate couldn't possibly have failed to safeguard the colony. And they had to answer the accusation. We became friends when she... Well, she saved me. I'd said something without thinking. For some reason, she interceded on my behalf with an Arbiter. And she convinced him he didn't hear what he actually did. No one does that. Void, I didn't think anyone could. We all were, originally, before the schism. But she never gave it up, even when it became illegal to even... Which was surprising, with how angry she seemed to be getting with them. Even as she was deep into scheming, she even continued to sign her messages, "See you in the equation." It's all so confusing. What do you mean? It was where she worked, one of the Protectorate's communications hubs. She didn't speak of it much, at least to me.
She ain't the only one.
It's difficult to explain. She spoke about things in unfamiliar ways. She said learning the truth of things was worth it. But no, some days I wish I'd never listened to her at all.
Know a little something about that, too.
I did try to, after the Corporatists invaded Paradise Island and took over Fairfield. They seemed to let anyone in there. Some boisterous fellow even tried... No. Nearest I could surmise, she'd left just prior to the fall of Fairfield. I'm ashamed to admit,
That is Agent DeVries's...
She said it had some meaning from her previous life. I'd hoped she'd left something for me, but the safe was empty. I know I've no right to ask this of you, but... when you find her, please remind her of who she used to be. She's unwell. But I know that's all I...
Looks like some hands-on research gone bad.
Introducing Auntie's new line of drinks for the discerning consumer. Auntie Fizzos.
Thanks for not crushing my plants, friend. I'm the Senior Principal Chief Director. I'm always out looking for exciting new plants, rocks, and... Say, you ain't looking for a job, are you? It's easy. Just need to confirm reported locations of a few rare and highly valuable... Well, you got me grinning to split. I got a stack of reports, but since we're not supposed to be riling things up with the Protectorate right now, But since you're an unaffiliated freelancer, you could handle this task no problem. Just go to the... Friend, you and I are about to become very wealthy. First up, I need you to find a beautiful... More specifically, it's typically found near Zeranium, so it's spread along with the Protectorate civilization. Well, aren't you just a proactive go-getter? Just need to verify that these... I got 2 reports so far. One near the Automech Repair Center in the southeast. And again, friend, anything you find is yours. I don't want to get audited for unapproved stock. Ha-ha! I was hoping for at least one, but both at once? Exceptional. There's a type of rare mineral called ferrochromium. Our data points to the east coast of the island, the far southwest, and just this side of the ravine, almost straight north of here. Same rules as before. You were born for this.
Once we arrive at the Automech facility, we'll unload and begin cataloging the state of the various Automechs.
Are you recording the drive? Cadet, I do not believe this is what the Sergeant intended by documenting the process. Here, allow me to handle it. Now where's the off switch? Boyd, we're being bombed! Disembark! Lose formation to the beach, double time! We can take shelter in the rocks! Praise the Sovereign! We made it! Halt! Everyone quiet. What's that clacking noise? Oh shit! Crabbles! Form defensive perimeter type 14A! Ah!
Once we arrive at the Automech facility, we'll unload and begin cataloging the state of the various Automechs.
Are you recording the drive? Cadet, I do not believe this is what the Sergeant intended by documenting the process. Here, allow me to handle it. Now where's the off switch? Boyd, we're being bombed! Disembark! Lose formation to the beach, double time! We can take shelter in the rocks! Praise the Sovereign! We made it! Everyone quiet. What's that clacking noise? Oh shit! Crabbles! Form defensive perimeter type 14A! Ah! Commencing related
Emergency protocol defined.
Ready to wait. On your command.
Why choose just any choice when you can choose Andy's choice?
My favorite new scout! Did all of them? Oh, once I'm free to roam again, I am going... Thanks heaps for your help, friend. I hope those resources you... Well, that's plenty for me to run claim paperwork on for now. Just by way of a heads up, our scouts never made it to the North Island. There could be more there. That's the spirit, where the ferrochromium and heartless Lephoria are relatively rare and valuable, but aren't new. Not to worry, though, friend. There's lots of other much more rare resources out there that might even be unique to a single moon. Get out there and get surveying.
Unauthorized entry into an Arbiter training facility is likely to result in violent arbitration.
Hear that? Sounds like a Dragoon tromping about. I don't fancy making its acquaintance.
We did it. Checked off the final skill building task. Scavenge a seaworthy raft, then set a course for promotion. If only we had a bottle of Spectrum Red to christen the thing.
Don't think you want to hit that floating rubbish pile with any bottles.
Pipe down, Cobb. I have every confidence in my handmade vessel. Sleek, sturdy, reasonably buoyant, perfect execution. Assembled with no help from you, I might add.
For the last time, I have indigestion.
Uh-huh. Sooner we reach the northern tip of the northern island, the sooner we get our promotions. Help me get there, Cobb, and law as my witness, I'll make you my assistant VP.
Ooh, pinch me.
This is Sanitation Specialist Cutshaw, soon-to-be graduate of the Promotion Acceleration Program, shoving off for our final destination.
Too much Spacer's Ale? Try Auntie's Choice Pep Pills. Good for what ails you.
You know, I can't recall seeing any of these protectorate types ever run a scale on each other.
Weird, ain't it? Told my manager, a man is not a slice of nana, Mr. Overby. Then I said, I am more than...
Commander, there is a 98.7% chance that hunting Agent DeVries will... Ammunition can be purchased at vending machines. Or craft...
I can also help you craft items in a pinch when we're out together.
All done in there? Hope that little dust-up act got a proposition. Since I'm newly free-ranged, if you help me fix my graft, you'll retain the services of a fully... And in time, maybe I'll have earned myself the clout to be welcomed back and... Had a feeling you knew a good offer when you seen it. Once I'm in top, Doc Tinsley worked with Grafts for some time before she came to Fairfield. Damn fun.
This much of a crowd's not likely to keep a low profile. Someone ought to head back to mind the ship. I didn't mean me, but all right.
After you.
pulverizing them suffice? Approach with less haste next time, won't you? Oh, Inez, you look, well, like...
Something has, all right. I ended my contract effective immediately.
Well, that's wonderful news. Or is it? I admit I'm still trying to work through what contract... that is not common knowledge in this town. Before I began my new illustrious career working with our team... Oh, I was on the verge of breakthrough when they shut us down. Oh, when I think of the...
Where my own first aid training can't reach, Doc's got me covered. The graft knocked me on my ass for weeks when I first got it.
Would if I could have done more.
Despite your insinuation...
I understand your reservation, but I do care deep. Right. I have a lead, Inez. I've identified 2 viable beasts on this island that you may be compatible with. The first candidate is the skeleton crabble. It has a rare form of albinism and was last spotted on the western... I happened upon an old report of theirs along with a code used to operate their machinery.
I heard rumors of the creature myself. Our skeleton sounds a good bit larger than the average crabble. Meaner and smarter.
The second candidate is a Raptidon matriarch. The only one of her kind on the island, as I understand it.
Deep in Protectorate territory. This matriarch sure ain't making it easy for us. She'll be more aggressive and more cunning than her smaller kin.
When you breach the matriarch's lair, you must rouse her from hibernation. I found pheromones...
That I'm...
Excellent. It'll be a rather unpleasant wake-up call for the matriarch, so she'll be upon you in moments. I suggest your armaments be at the ready. Then the grafting part is you. Yes, though I would recommend a careful surge. Now, when you acquire one or both of these parts, return here straight away, and we can begin surgery. Matriarch, I mean, law guide you both out there.
Well, you hate to be proven right. These folk have been dead a while. And that must be the machinery Doc mentioned. Over here, Commander. Huh. Seems this terminal reroutes power to speakers around the cave. They were using sound to lure the crabbles out. Let's see here. Generator's back on. Power up that phonotron, would you? Should cause enough ruckus to make the skeleton come out and play. Take a gander? Muscular reticulation's still intact. Cartilaginous integrity. Yeah, this'll do just fine. Shame about all the scientists. If you still got some hunting you, that Raptidon matriarch's on the loose. Her den's not far from the Vox Relay up north. Elsewise, we head back to Fairfield. North it is.
To assist with agents' health needs.
Keep howling. We're coming for you. Here, all right. Let's put our heads together. See these half-eaten remains? They're a sign. Matriarchs lose their appetite when they're on the verge of going into a state of torpor. She'll have retreated into hiding to conserve her energy. But I got one way to get her attention. Hey, if I don't celebrate my own stroke of genius, who will? You know how Doc mentioned pheromones? Well, just so happened that I procured some Raptidon glandula. A matriarch with 3 full stomachs ain't coming out of hibernation unless she senses a threat to her authority. She hates rivals. Old girls, apparently. Any other questions, or are you ready to meet this matriarch? All right. That's the limb. Bring it here, would you? Huh. The drainage pipe must be coming right from the Vox relay. They're lucky the Raps ain't chewed their way through yet. Meant to thank you again for helping me. In honesty, I don't know which one I should ask Doc to patch me up with. Can't go wrong with either. If you've got an opinion, I'm keen to hear it. The material we harvested from the skeleton crabble could allow me to fire off scalding shell shards. They'd pierce through armor easily, I imagine. And the part from the Raptidon matriarch should let me camouflage myself at will, like other Raps can. I'd be able to close the distance and heal you up without the enemy noticing. Exactly what I was thinking. Auntie's choice. Got something that needs doing, Commander? How personal are we talking? I would have continued serving on the... Look, I knew dismissal was... If nothing else... Anyhow, I would rather return to the... Right. You didn't... But... Suppose if her treatment doesn't stick, can't... I'd rather not dwell on those. Fine by me. Yep. See, most our onboarders promised that if we demonstrated exceptionalism, can't complain if where we're needed is in a trench staring down the barrels of a minigun. I reckon that's a difference in perspective. I don't know if I would have made it out alive without him. Better than I'd feared. Only he almost got... It was a rough few nights at first. In any case, I'm only standing...
You can't spell heinous ascetic without Auntie's choice.
Ever wonder if our assignment here will never end? Like, our employment contracts just keep renewing.
Well, now how am I going to pay off my bar tab?
Yeah.
Back again? I hope the hunting has gone well.
Certainly. I'm gonna assume Crabble Butter's especially smooth. I've decided on the skeleton Crabble graft. It's time for the program to branch out. If you don't mind, I'll go ahead and take this spare part off your hands for my own research.
Oh, the skeleton Crabble will be a score now. Get sorted while I get this machine up and running. Mind the Raptidon drool on the table. No need to be nervous. I promise.
Thank you for the bedside manner, Commander. As you can tell, I've got a nervous temperament and jump at the sight of my own shadow.
Enough distractions, please. I need the utmost focus for my work. This is beautiful work. My best yet. How does the limb feel, Inez? Any numbness? Pain?
Yeah, both. Body's not accustomed to the presence of another limb. Feels like I've got an extra passenger in my nervous system. But it certainly beats feeling like I'm bleeding on the inside. Or fighting the urge to feast on raw human flesh. Like last time.
Well, I'll certainly be having words with that surgeon, leaving you in a state like that. Now, you come back straight away if anything bothers you.
Will do, Doc. I thank you. And you, Commander, without your help, I don't know what I might have done. Whatever you need, go...
pardon me for being preoccupied. I've got Westport on my mind. All those prodigal, sad... The record room is in this building. You have my permission to... Excellent. Here's that. I shall... Now I'm... Well, wonder no longer. For the completion of this deed, I'm prepared to offer you an exact replica of my one-of-a-kind, limited production, gentle person's Oxonian. I don't think you understand. The reserve Oxonian is functional. I've grown attached to this one and would prefer not to part with it, and very well. You succeed in the conversion of Westport, and I will supply you my limited production gentle person's Oxonian. Then consider yourself be forewarned. I can only guess at the needs of the denizens of Westport. You must engage with them, gauge their situation. Only then can you motivate them adequately. I suppose I should...
You are the raw material for perfection. From the lowliest subject to the most exalted vigilant, we must all fulfill our duty to the Protectorate.
You have the gratitude of everybody in Westport.
Outsider? You have your orders. The Vox relay awaits. Do remember what I asked of you. Nobody needs go anywhere. Not when we can still save Westport. We of the... It'd have to be catastrophically obvious this place was doomed, and incontrovertibly beyond my means to save it, before I'd even consider such a recourse. When I look outside, I see people who are hard. I have the A. Our automechs are still, but I know you've got more to do than listen to me natter on about the state. Farewell now.
Meddlesome Raptidons, or the base individualists within Auntie's choice. Though don't fret, the system is... Resilient, the system abides.